Yeah. Yeah, no worries, brother.
Hello, hello. Audio desktop. Oh, right, okay. I'm gonna have to come out of there, and I disconnect. Ba-da-ba-ba. Okay, are we here? I'm gonna come out of Discord. Ba. Okay. Hello. Hello, hello. Okay, we're here. We're here. We're here. Okay. Today we are doing again because it's a big project that I'm doing with Pantheon 3D. Let me switch to let me switch to where are we? Random app. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. There we go. Right, that should be showing what I'm looking at. Yeah, there we go. That's it. Right, so I'm working on these pipes. We're doing pipes today. And hello, hello, Pantheon. Well done. Thank you very much for the raid. Cool. Welcome, welcome, raiders. There we go. Cool, cool. So I've just been watching Mr. Pantheon for the last 5 hours on his stream, working on an amazing steam boiler. It's very, very good. I like it. I like it, but he's not happy. But he's going to leave it alone. He's going to leave it alone. He's going to render it and then come back to it. And then it always gives you a fresh set of eyes. A fresh set of eyes on it. So I'm going to create two versions of my pipes here. I want to do a nice in kind of line with Pantheon's steampunk boiler. I want to create like a shiny set of pipes with a little bit of, you know, ambient occlusion, grunge kind of stuff, and then I'm going to create a grungy set. So basically, what I use Substance Paint for is just literally textures because it's really good. It's just very clever at doing them, and then it can export out the PBRs and everything to Blender really, really easily and quickly. So I'm just trying to select the right kind of shininess. We want shiny brass. I got plenty of gold, although it looks too gold. Here we go. Gold dirty. Copper pipes might be nice. That would be cool. So let me search for brass. Brass, there we go. Antique brass. This is the one I generally tend to use, is the dirty brass, and then I add more grunge to it, and I like it because it's kind of got that patina type thing to it, and it's the, you know, the brass is kind of dirty, if you like, but it's not too overdone. Okay, let's just see what this looks like. Ooh, that's nice. I like all the scratches on this one. Yeah, that's pretty shiny. I like that. I don't want to make these too different because they're going to be they're all one kind of asset pack. So I don't really want them to be too variable. And then on each one, especially, I mean, that's just a, you know, brass tube. But I don't know whether they make them copper or brass. I don't think you'd normally get it'd be brass, wouldn't they? So I'm just going to drop this on all of these. Yeah, that's pretty neat. I love the scratches on the effect. It's pretty good. Right, let's drop that down on here. That's interesting. What have I screwed up there? I've done something wrong. It's not. That's interesting. Is that just lighting? I think it's just lighting. Yeah, it's just lighting. It just looks like it. The texture is not, because when you turn it around, the lighting is kind of. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's just the effect. It's the lighting. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty neat. It's the thing I like about Substance Painter, and it did take me a long. I reckon. I mean, just to get my head round how Substance Painter works, because it's unlike any other program. And I started using a really old version, a long time pre Adobe, and I guess in a way I just got kind of used to it. Thankfully, Adobe haven't they haven't altered it. It'd probably be a bit too crazy to start altering stuff like that, because there were other programs that I used to use before many years ago for photography that, like raw editors and raw, there was an app that I can't remember what is it called. It's probably just called Raw or something or other. And it was absolutely brilliant back in the day when, you had, you know, I was using Canon Pro cameras back then, and the file sizes were just massive, and this program just worked. Um, it's interesting. I can't remember what that was called now. I probably haven't got it anymore. I've got it in my archive somewhere. My software archive. And then Adobe bought it, and they changed it. They changed it drastically. They didn't change like a little bit of it, and it just became unusable as far as I was concerned. My workflow with I like that effect with this program was, it was very good. And yeah, unfortunately they changed too much. I think they then called it Adobe Raw. Can't remember what the program was called now. It was called Raw something or something Raw, and it was very, very fast. And of course, then, loads of photographers, hundreds of thousands of photographers, just were kind of up in arms because their workflow included this amazing program that allowed you to manipulate raw files instead of JPEGs, and it just, I guess it just died. It's a shame. Okay, I think as a base texture, I think that works really well. I will add my kind of standard ambient grunge nodes to this, but I'll do that in Blender. I will in the future, as of yesterday, I will be able to actually use a new tool that I was very kindly given. But yeah, I mean, I'm not an artist, so, but I will, and I've tried an XP pen tablet, you know, one of those flat tablet things, and I just kind of didn't get on with that. Okay, I'm gonna save this. Save. Ba, 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 ba. Ah, of course, the thing I didn't do. I didn't make the mesh maps, which will just wipe all that out. Ah. Ba, 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 ba. So how is everyone today on a Monday morning? Monday of a new week. Here in the UK, it's pretty cold. It's pretty cold. I'm looking forward to the end of winter for sure. It seems like we've had a long winter compared to previous years. Okay, have I really screwed this up now? Is it gonna... Come on, there we go. Oh no, okay, I haven't screwed it up. Cool. Neat, 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 neat. Actually, in that particular mode, they actually... I might do a copy set as well, you know. I suspect that I've screwed them up. No, I haven't. Okay. La, la, la. Looks good. I like it. I like it. I like it. Okay. Right, let's save that. Let's save that. Save that. Bum ba da ba. Bum ba da ba ba. It's looking good. Okay. I've got more space on my keyboard. I know probably on screen it doesn't really mean an awful lot, but I was a little bit cramped before. It felt very... I've got like laid everything out. I've taken out a small piece of furniture that I was kind of using to put my monitors on, and yeah, so I've now got nice layout. Right, I'm going to export these out. Do you know what? I'm going to do 3 lots. I'm going to do 3 lots of textures because I've got clean, which I'm calling... Actually, let me give them names because I'm now going to create... So I'm going to call this brass clean set, and then I'm going to call this one... I think brass is the thing, but I reckon they're going to look good in copper as well, because they can be resized, so you know, they will look either or, really, copper or brass. In that case, I might... Okay, I'm going to call this pipe textures copper clean. Okay. And I might do some grungy ones of that one as well. I've just made a load more work for myself. How did I do that? This is the problem. It's just grunge. The flexibility of apps that just work, you know. So we're coming back here. I'm going to use my own template, my output template. If you haven't seen my video about that on YouTube, do have a look, because it makes a difference. And you can, you know, I just show very briefly how you can rename the textures exactly how you want them to be. So, you know, very often there's different programs use different naming structures, which I find really confusing when you know, things are called bump maps, and then you've got displacement maps, and then you've got normal maps, and they some programs or some people actually mix those up when they say a displacement map, and what they actually meant was a normals map, and you know, or a roughness map. Yeah, it gets a little bit confusing. We're in here, we've got pipes. We're gonna do brass clean, right? Boom. We want 16-bit based on that, so they're going to be 2K. That's correct. Okay, so we're going to go, that's my template there. So I've actually named this template. I just copied the standard Blender, just very briefly. I copied the standard Blender principled BSDF template, which works perfectly okay. But if you look at it, you've got this naming structure which is just crazy. And most, you know, you just want to keep it as simple as possible, really. So then I just renamed them as I needed them and added an AO map, which also isn't part of the standard. Okay, we're going to export. Boom. Okay, that's that lot. So I'm going to use copper. I fancy doing, let's do a copper batch. So let's go for similar kind of copper worn or copper antique. I reckon copper antique. Copper red bleached. Why? Copper dirt. That looks like brass to me. Okay. I like the antique copper. Is it me, or does that look like... Oh, okay. Oh, we need to delete this lot. Right. We need to delete that lot. Let's just go through these and then delete. La 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 la. Texturing, I find I've done UV maps for the last 4 hours or so, which I now find actually quite therapeutic. And I find texturing quite therapeutic. It's pretty neat, especially when everything works. When it works the way you expect it to work. Okay, right, there we go. There we go, there we go. Okay, right, now let's start off from scratch. So we're using copper. Boom. Yep. I might just change one of these. It's kind of antique copper, I guess, has some form of patina on it. Let's just use the normal. No. No, that's a bit too grungy. That's brighter, isn't it? But I don't know. Do you think that's too bright? I think that's too bright. But then I could darken it down. It might be easier actually for me to darken that and make it look like these ones here, because I can just add, what's this one? Ooh, no, that's real. Okay. The importance, if anyone uses Substance Painter, it's so important to name your materials instead of you ending up with just a shed load of material w 001, 002, 003, when you don't really know what they are, especially if you're doing assets. It's actually really good habit to get into is to name. I always name the material. I mean, if an object has got more than one material, then I'll call it, like for instance, pipe 45 degree, base or edge or faceplate or bolt, or do you know what I mean? So you however many materials, at least call it pipe 45 degree, and then whatever part of that pipe it is, if that makes sense. Okay, so I'm gonna delete everything in there. Let's just delete everything in there. Let's do it brighter. I'm gonna start off with a bright, and then I can. It's actually much easier, I find, to just make something look older and more grungy in Blender than. But I'm now gonna I'm gonna make an effort to spend time uh, doing stuff in Substance Painter, because I've now got a proper graphics tablet and not a flat tablet, which I just couldn't get on with. I really couldn't. It was okay for some things. It was fine when I used Affinity apps, but I was playing around, last night with this graphics tablet that I've been given. Well, not, yeah, and it was just mind blowing. It just opened up a whole new world. I want to see which one of these copper is actually. No, we already. Why does that say? It doesn't say. It just calls it copper. I mean, I guess this is some kind of grunge, but it looks awful. What did we go down the route of saying? Copper worn. Okay, let's try that one. Ooh, that might be a good one. That could be a good one. Yeah, okay, that could be a good one. Or, what's the other one? This one? No, I keep picking that one. I might get rid of that one. It's misleading. Ooh, that's even, yeah. Actually, I quite like that other one. This one here. It's kind of, ooh, it's difficult to know. Copper dirt. Oh, wow, I like the scratches and everything on that. That's pretty neat. And we got oxidized, and I don't know why copper red bleached. What on earth? Okay, Okay. There. Decisions. I'm kind of inclined to go for this and then add something to it. I think, okay, let's make a decision. Let's make an executive decision here. Right, so we're going to grab this. Boink. We're going to grab that. Boink. It will have a lot more character with just some, a bit of dirt, a bit of grunge. You don't want it overdone. So I'm doing two sets anyway. I'm doing what I'm calling a clean version, and then I'm doing a grungy version. That'll be pipes that have been left in a factory. Okay, we've got nice copper pipes. Let's save as. I'm going to call this. I'm going to put copper on the back of end of it because I may or may not come back to this. Right. Okay, we're good. Export textures. So we are going to pick copper clean. Right, we're still 16-bit. Yep, that's fine. Okay, so it's picked my standard. Let's export. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, we're good. Boom. All systems go. I'm just going to check it out with... Okay, right, so we're going to check this out with Faststone because it's really, really good. I need to share this. I'm going to show you what I learned from Pantheon 3D the other day. It blew my mind. It literally blew my mind. It was a few settings and a slightly different way of working that I was just not aware of. Yeah, and I can understand why, okay, so we've now got all of our PBRs for all the pipes, which amounts to 77 files. Okay, so if you look at the base color, we got the base color, and of course the rest of it's coming from roughness, displacement, and the ambient. There's very few with ambient, to be honest. We're not using any ambient there because I'm basically going to be adding it with yeah, that's good. That's good. I like it. I like it. I like it. Okay, so we're back here. Let's just save that. We're saving it as copy. We are. Okay, right. So we're going to go back into Blender. One thing I've done actually, and I've started doing, is changing scenes. Again, I remember back in the days of Blender 2 point something, whatever it was, and you used. Now I don't think scenes and layers are the same thing, but when they moved to version 2 had layers, and it was really, really good that you could move various objects to different layers, and I missed that. I missed that when we went to, and of course I think they then, I don't know, I can't remember. Version 2 was such a long time ago. There may well have been collections, but then all of a sudden, you're creating collections, and that was the workaround. But I've just recently started using different scenes for things, which is a good way of working as well, because it means that you don't. It seems to create different instances, maybe of the same, your main scene, right? So you seem to have you've got your main scene. I put another scene called testing. So I was just making sure that I could align all of these pipes correctly, and do various things like resizing them and whatever. But I'm not affecting my main scene. Remember the last used scene for the current workspace. Switch. Okay. Okay, right, so I'm going to save this file. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new scene. You click on there, and I'm going to go full copy, right? Because I'm going to have a copy in a copper version and a brass version, right? So I've now got another scene, right? And I can call that, I'm going to call this one copper. Right, so that I can work on those and I don't have to figure out, what this one is. So if I rename that one brass, you can choose empty. You can have a copy for an instance or for another scene. Yeah, I've only recently learned this about scenes. I happened to see someone's video recently, and it was actually unrelated to anything, but it was a Blender video about snapping, right? Because I now use quick snap, and yeah, where's that been all my life? and he was switching scenes, and I thought, what is that about? So I did a little bit of research, and yeah, it's actually really good. It's very clever, and it doesn't seem to have any impact on. I don't know quite. I didn't delve into it too much. I just played around with it and thought, yeah, okay, that's now part of my tool set. How are you, Tyro? Tyro sign. Yeah, it is cool. I do miss the layers thing though, because you had like a little grid of layers, and you could just. Oh, that's good. Enjoying your Monday, I hope. I'm excited this week. I'm really excited. I've got some really really good news about a job. I've been searching for work for since July, and I reckon I've applied for. I think I'd got up to 63 jobs. Right, I'd apply recruitment now is just a numbers game. It's not about whether your CV fits a job or not anymore, because they're using AI to filter out stuff, right? So they had, a company will advertise a job, and you think, well, that job is for me. That my CV fits that job. But of course, what everyone else is doing, and I know this for a fact, what everyone else is doing, well, not everyone, but some people are doing, is they're using AI to customize their CV with all the right keywords so that it filters through, the AI. And I know, because I've spoken to people who are recruiting, and they say it's an absolute nightmare, because people basically lie on their CV to get through the recruitment process so that they can get an interview. Of course, they get to an interview, and you get grilled by, a technician or a somebody who kind of knows what they're on about, and they find that most of these people are lying. They don't know anything, so they pick a few things on the CV and say, well, can you please explain X, Y, and Z, and so it's, in a way, I suppose the AI is filtering out the people who are just spread firing CVs everywhere. But thankfully, a company that's quite local to where I am in Oxfordshire, you know, my CV stood out that they're obviously not using AI because they when I went for the interview, well, I had an online interview. That's another thing I hate actually, but you know, I know it's the modern way of doing things, but you know, the online interview, right? The Teams interview went very well, and one of the things that was mentioned to me was we recognize that your our job description and your CV pretty much match up, you know. And I don't know. I guess when I start there, I'll find out how many people. Well, the previous employers that I worked for up until July, again, I don't think they were using AI to filter, and they had a huge amount of applicants. But out of that, there were only, I mean, they mentioned there were, you know, hundreds. And out of that, there was very, very few people's CVs actually really matched up with, you know, because they were just using keywords. It's interesting. It is interesting. And I when I go to agencies and such like, that's exactly what they say, which I don't know, I think it's wrong. They say, oh, you have to put the keywords, you have to put keywords into your CV to match up with the, you know, I can understand to an extent people doing that, but people are going the other way, and then they're not really, you know, they're kind of, in my opinion, they're lying, right? They're lying about what's on their CV or what they're able to do. And I know for a fact that people who have gone through the CV selection process, and then they've gone through the interviewing process, and then they start the job, then they get found out. Which I just think it's crazy. Why would you do that? I mean, I don't, you know, I know it's difficult getting a job, but to go through all that process to then literally be fired because the company or the organization find out that actually you can't do what you said you were doing. Previous employer had that big problem. Yeah, yeah, it is. Yeah, yeah. There's, I mean, you know, I think there's a right and wrong way of doing a lot of these things, and I can understand. You know, I can understand why, but I think people go way beyond that, right? They go beyond that, and then they start, in my opinion, what they, you know, what I think is just lying. Okay, right. Let's get some textures on here. So we're on our brass thing. Actually, Tyro, you might know this question. So what I was talking about earlier, which was like layers, which used to be in version 2, did they, is that what scenes are now, or has scenes always been there? I wonder if scenes always been around. I don't necessarily remember scenes, but I do remember the collections. It may not have been called collections, but I do remember this kind of structure here with all your bits and pieces in it. But it seems to me like scenes are the same way as the old version of layers. Could be. I don't know. That's actually something else I don't really like between using Blender, and I'm so used to the keystrokes and everything with Blender and the keyboard mouse combination, and then you go into Substance Painter and yeah, oh okay. Okay, I get it. Right, I get it. Oh, that's pretty neat. So, okay, that kind of makes sense. So you could actually put your mesh and whatnot in a different scene, light it differently, put different backdrops and all that. I guess. Ah, right, okay. So I'm using it in a slightly different way, which again is just me down to a T, because I don't always stick to the rules. You know, I just think, oh, that's really neat. I can separate this out and use it for something else. Which is, you know, I guess if you can do that and get away with it, then fine, it works. That's kind of what it's about, isn't it? Right, okay. Let's get this sorted. I want to... Actually, that view is okay. So this is actually quite an easy process. We basically just go through, pick up brass clean, and because I'm actually working on straight clean, I can then just go through and pick up PBR materials for everything. Straight clean, right? There we go. This is why the naming structure. Actually, I'm not going to pick up the AO. The AO doesn't automatically get plugged in anyway with Blender for some unknown reason. I don't really know why, but of course the other thing is I don't have any lighting in here, so it's going to look weird. I think I switched the lighting off. Yeah, I don't think I need to put... Ah, it looks good though. Here's an example. In one scene you have an oven, in the other you have the simulation for the smoke. And then render at the same camera, same angle, but different stuff. Oh, right. Ah, okay. Okay. So, okay, so that's interesting. Can you then mix them together then? I mean, how... Okay, so you're rendering stuff like that in different scenes. How are you... Okay, so a layer lets you hide, show, cut out collections in different parts. Ah, okay, right. Okay, you have a... Yeah. I.e. the oven, the glass, the wood. Right, okay, I got you. Wow, okay, I mean, that's... Yeah. It just blows my mind what Blender does, to be honest. It really does. If I just, for now, I just want to maybe... Ooh. I'll light them up, really. You should mix them, like one layer with only tree and bush, and another layer for a building, a layer... Right, okay. I guess that cuts down rendering time as well. I never thought of that. Right, okay, so yeah, that's my learning for today. My learning today is understanding layers or scenes. Why do you look so dark? Okay. That's pretty neat. I like that, but it's so dark. Right, what I might do is I might bring that around here because I want to kind of see what it looks like. How come that's not being lit? You would want to do this to be able to change color correcting and that in post-production. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Wow, how come that's not really affecting? I mean, it is, but that color is so dark. How come it's so dark? Interesting, interesting. HDRI. By default, I'm supposed to have a HDRI in here, but it is possible that I haven't got one. Let me add one just in case I haven't. I thought I had one by default, but I don't know. Have I got any? Yes, I have. Let's just add. Well, let's just add anyone. No, it's not making a difference. Oh, there we go. I used to have years ago, and I don't know. I think it was just yet another Blender upgrade, and you just, I don't know why, but you tend to just lose stuff. And I used to have a really nice studio HDRI. I can't remember even where I got it from, and it used to just light stuff perfectly. But maybe I'm thinking this is just naturally very dark. Maybe I should have picked a lighter version of brass. I might go back and do that now because this is just going to take too much work. That doesn't even look like brass. Yeah, I think HDRI Haven. Oh, okay. Okay. I came across something recently and in another stream, and I said, "Oh, I used to have this before." It was a UV node, UV add-in, and I know I had it, and I've searched and searched and searched and couldn't find it anywhere, and yeah, so I was able to get that back again. Somebody said, "Oh, it could be this one that you're talking about," and sure enough, it was. It was very familiar. No, this is not. This is not brass. I mean, that looks like copper to me. Have I added copper? No, I didn't. I'm pretty sure I added the brass. Hmm. Okay, we're not gonna take that. I don't know. It doesn't look like brass to me at all. That looks like a really scuffed copper. Yeah, I'm not happy with that. Even from a distance, it looks like copper. Let me look at HDR Haven. There are so many, compared to years ago, there are so many of these websites now. Studio! Oh my god, this is probably, yes, this is it. Well done, thank you very much. Tyro, thank you very much for that. Sorry, I kind of picked out your Mr. Tyro. Yeah, I got a feeling that's it. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna grab these. That looks very similar, although that's only 3 years old. I think the one I had, oh, there we go. There's a 6-year-old one. That's probably the one I had. Oh, they got some. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to grab some of these. Yeah. There's a few from 6 years ago, which would be about right. Yeah, that would be about right. When it just disappeared, I just seem to have lost a load of. Yeah, there's a few. Yeah, I might grab those because I recognize them straight away. Brilliant. Thank you very much. This is one of the reasons why I love streaming. Let me save this. Blender. What I really need is like a HDR. Well, yeah, there's quite a few. I used to get a lot of stuff from textures.com, and then of course they went subscription based. I'm going to grab one of these HDRIs because let me grab the ones from 6 years ago because they were good, and I based everything on them, and it when I brought it into, I predominantly use Second Life, but I think I'm going to be using Unreal now. And it just worked. It just was perfect. I'm going to download this. I recognize the name of the guy as well, Zale. Sorry, bear with me, because I want to get this right. I want to get this right. Pantheon 3D and myself, we're working together on quite a large project, and where can I put it? It's not. I use Polyhaven. I never thought that. I don't know whether they're related. I guess Polyhaven stroke, or is that the same? I don't know. Oh, hang on a minute. I typed in HD and poly. Oh, so I typed in HDR Haven and it's gone to Polyhaven. I've already got that in my. Yeah, textures.com was really. But I used to download, up to the limit nearly every day for years, and I've literally got thousands upon thousands of textures. They were good. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, 10 a day. Yeah, I went religiously every single day and downloaded 10 credits, unless of course you took a large one, and it was good. Yeah, I guess I don't know. Maybe they just didn't like people just doing that all the time. But I'm not going to go around paying for textures somehow. I will try and create it or replicate it myself as good as, and that's what I generally tend to do now. If I can't do it with Substance Painter, I just create it. That's what I use Affinity for. Affinity apps. Is that in here then? Am I missing a trick here? Oh, I've already got it. So maybe okay. So maybe they just changed their name. The one I used to like was the one that just didn't. I think it was this one. CCO 12. No, that's 9. Could be that one. 9, 8, 7. Okay. Small Studio 6 it's called. Right, okay. That one. Okay. That is very dark. I don't know why. Let's try a different one. Yeah, I think that texture is way too dark. That's more like copper. That doesn't look like brass to me. There was also a program that I used to use for, and it was absolutely brilliant, for grabbing textures off of basically anything, and I haven't seen an equivalent since. And I saw a whole discussion. The programs that I actually use now is either Material Maker, or most of the time I use Materialize. But there was also another one called oh, can't remember the name of it now. Crazy Bump. Yeah, I've heard of that one. I never really got on with that one. I started off using GIMP. GIMP years and years ago had all that kind of stuff built into it, and then people started creating things, and then Materialize came along. But there was also another app that it now doesn't work on Windows 11. I had it on my old machine, Windows 10, but I can't run it on Windows 11. it just keeps crashing out. It's obviously just not compatible. I know it was an old program and it wasn't being developed. Let's see if I can remember what it was called. And it was good. It was really good. Okay. Let's see if I can find it. Ba-ba-ba. What was it called? It was called... I've used so many different apps over the years. But Materialize is good. It's kind of I've really but this app no, that wasn't Crazy Bump. It was this app used to it was a standalone app, and you used to be able to load a yeah, I've got Crazy Bump, really old version. Well, actually, it's only a few years old, but I don't use that really anymore. Oh, what was it called? That's gonna bug me now until I find it. I don't use GIMP anymore either. I just use Affinity now because Affinity apps are just mind blowing. They are really really good. I can't remember what it's called now. Image, no, not Image Magic. Was it called Yeah, I think it could be that one. Image Magic sounds familiar. Oh no, there we go. Material. No, it wasn't Material Maker. It could either be Material Maker or Image Magic, one of those two. And basically, you could load any image into it. Like, it didn't matter about perspective. You know, it didn't really matter. You could literally highlight round, you know, like if you wanted to take a window texture, for instance, and it was taken at a 45-degree angle, you could load that, put the, you know, mark out on this app where the edges of the window were, and it would correct the perspective and create, you know, and it was just, it was mind-blowing what it could do. I am actually really surprised that no one has copied that. Because I mean, I'm not aware that there are any apps out there that do that as well as that. I got a feeling it was Material Maker. Hang on, the website is still up there, believe it or not. But you can still download it, but it doesn't work on Windows 11. Yeah, I got a feeling it's Material Maker. No, 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 it's not Material Maker. That's the one I've got. What did I say the other one was? Image Magic. No, it's not that one either. No, I can't remember. It is possible that I've actually moved it into an archive of apps because it just doesn't work. Pixelog, no, it's not Pixlogic. No, it's not Scan. No, it's not that. Yeah, I got a feeling I probably moved it. Texture Maker. Maybe it was Texture Maker. They're all so similar, aren't they? Texture Maker. No. I've still got my old machine for now. It's going to get turned into a Linux box because there's nothing wrong with it. Even though it's 15 years old, there is absolute nothing wrong with it at all. Okay. Crazy Bump. Could it be? I don't think that doesn't sound familiar. I have got it, but and I do vaguely remember using it back in the day. Okay. Why is it saying? Oh, okay. So they're. Yeah, I remember this program. It was actually really quite amazing. Crazy Bump. Yeah, I think it was called like. Let's just search for Texture Ripper. Sand Ripper? No. Oh, this is me searching for this before because I couldn't get it to work, and I just typed in, Texture Ripper, for instance, and it came up with this online Sand Ripper thing, which is, I don't know whether that's really. Yeah, I got a feeling it was actually called Texture Ripper. Shoebox, there we go. That's what it's called now. Yep, there we go. There we go. Texture Ripper. And it's created by Shoebox. And you can still get it. You can still download it, but it just doesn't work. The website looks also like it hasn't been yeah, this is where you can get it from. If anyone wants it and you've got an old machine, it will work on Windows 10. I know that because I used to use it. But why somebody hasn't copied that yet, I don't know. Yeah, so that's what it was called, Texture Ripper. I need to categorize my shortcuts. I've got so many shortcuts. Yeah, nice little program. And if you use a VPN software, it will complain. I don't know why, but it will complain. And I guess they're redirecting the website to somewhere else from its original source. Because my VPN complained about it not being secure, but it is. The new site is secure. The site that I just posted. I haven't really played around with Sand Ripper, but it's, it's worth. Okay, I'm going to go back into here because this is not. I'm going to open up that file again because that's not brass. In my opinion, that's not brass. This one's copper, but the one I did for brass is not brass at all. It looks like an extremely dark copper. So I'm going to go into pipes. This one, actually, this one's copper. If I call this brass, right, let's just open up brass. That's not brass. Nah, way too dark. Way, way, way too dark. Let's just go through here again. I wish there was a way of clearing out all textures. I'm just going to go for bright say that quickly. Bright brass. Hello, Gromo Grom. Hello, I haven't seen you for a while. I'm beginning to recognize people's tag names now. How are you? We're playing with pipes. Pipe assets. Myself and Pantheon 3D. Cool. On my free afternoon. Oh, on a Monday. Wow. Nice. Do you like work all weekend or otherwise, yeah. A free afternoon. Never refuse a free afternoon. Okay, right. We're gonna do this from scratch. Tuesday. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, it is Tuesday today, isn't it? No, it isn't. What day? Yeah, it is Tuesday. My God. Okay, yeah, it is Tuesday today. I'm losing my mind. Yesterday, I did a huge amount of driving, and it kind of it's definitely Tuesday. So I've got antique brass, but I haven't got. Okay, but there are kind of very brassy brasses in here, which they're calling gold, but they look more like brass than gold. See, that to me looks like a very shiny. I mean, I know it's golden looking, but I mean that looks like more brass than the other brass. Gold armor, gold damage, golden droid, gradient metal. I don't know what that is. Ooh, that's weird. Okay, let's try golden. Ooh, that's kind of brassy. Oh dear. Yeah, that's not good. Orange brown enough, but yeah, I get it. Yeah, I know what you mean. I might have to go and look for a this brass is just not. I mean, there's bronze, which is kind of similar. Oh god, no. Bronze sword. Bronze. What? Oh, of course I'm layering bloody. Yeah, okay. Bronze. I mean, bronze, I guess. Yeah. That's interesting. Antique brass does not look like brass. I mean, it looks like very when you. It looks like copper to me. Okay, I'm gonna go and look for. Hang on. Ba, 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 ba. I'm pretty sure I. Okay. Brass. Let's look for brass. Antique brass. Brass old. Brass carbon. Worn, damaged, old. That's it. The crazy thing is, the antique brass on the website looks exactly what I'm looking for, but it isn't. That doesn't look anything like it. Where is the diffuse on this? We don't want bronze. Yeah, okay. I mean, I love the texture and everything of it. It's just way too dark. I wonder, can I... God, that's like really well up. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I would agree. It's not orange enough. It's not brassy looking. That's not brass. There's no way they can call that brass. It doesn't look it doesn't look anything like the website. I mean, that's a brass texture. That's interesting, unless something's gone horribly wrong. But how does that, which looks like brass to me, have that? It doesn't make sense. That's not having any effect at all. I wonder, is there something screwed up? I mean, that would have an effect. It's almost like there's just way too many. Hmm. What I might do is re-download that again. Yeah, I think they've got their color schemes. I think they've got their color schemes mixed up. Anyway, the other question I was going to ask is if anyone knows. This is Texture Ripper, which works on Windows 10, not Windows 11. Absolutely awesome program because you could just grab textures off of pretty much any photograph. But unfortunately, I don't think the developer is doing this anymore. I mean, yeah, I mean Texture Ripper. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, 2008, and that's probably around that time was when I got it. But I guess the developer's just not doing anything anymore. He's probably a multi-millionaire in a villa living somewhere off of what he... I don't know. It's a shame. It is a shame when you go through, you go through, your career in your life using certain apps. And unfortunately, I mean, some developers are just mind-blowingly amazing. And I guess, life gets in the way and they probably get pulled onto a different career and they did this in their spare time or whatever. But it's just such an amazing program. And but no one's ever come up with an equivalent, which is a shame, really. Don't even know who the person is now. Does it say who it is? Don't know. It's a shame. Oh, okay. So this is the person. Render HJS. I guess that's a tag name. Polycount.com. Oh, hang on a minute. Is this the person? Is this what they do? So he says started out with Tex Ripper, which is how I remember it, and then they gave it the full name. Cool. Let's do a bit of investigation. So the name is Render HJS. Is this some sort of blogging thing, I think? Yeah, this is 2010. I reckon I don't know why this guy could have made so much money. He could have, if he sold this, look at all this. The feedback he's got, it's just mind-blowing. It's 2011. So he started it in 2008. (2014) was kind of the last time people started. Yeah. So maybe after that time, 6 years, maybe the career took a different turn and they just stopped. It's a shame. It's a real shame. But I've seen it before. I have seen it before. I've seen it a lot actually, where people create these really useful tools, and for whatever reason, they just disappear. Yeah, it's a shame. Similar tools, okay, and some are indeed interesting, like how they structure the interface. Anyway, the ones I found were seamless. Okay, but I wonder if these are still around anymore. Nah, probably find that none of, because I've tried looking. I've tried looking for an alternative to this, and there isn't any. No. So they all of the I think all of these are gone. You got Texture Maker. Wow, 2008. It cost nearly $65. Holy moly! No, they're all gone. Texture Workshop, Pixplant, $99. Pixplant, PBR made easier. Tiling. Ooh. Capture that unique surface that would look great in your project. Pick a photo and run Pixplant. I've never heard of this before. Extract 3D maps from real-world photos. What? Okay, that almost sounds identical. Okay. Is this just pictures of stuff that they've... That doesn't make sense. Get Pixplant. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Is this free? Oh no, of course it isn't. So $37. One-time payment, not a subscription. Upgrading to Pixplant 5. Cool. Okay. I'm going to download it, play around with it, because if this is very similar to Texture Ripper, it could actually be worth the 37. I don't know what is that US dollars, I wonder. Pixplant 5 for Windows. Okay. 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 You never know. You never know. You never know. Oh, okay. Interesting, interesting. Pixplant V5. Could be the same guy. Who knows? Maybe he's now, you know, he's developing this. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe that's what it turned into. It's worth a try. Because I did used to use it quite a lot. It's where an awful lot of my textures came from back in the day. Photo plan. Horrible Java script website. Okay. Autodesk image modder. Okay, so that other one, Pixplant, seems to be the closest. Interesting. I've heard somebody actually saying, because I mentioned this in another stream, and they said, oh, you can do that in Blender. And I'm thinking, really? Yeah. Screenshots. Okay, support. I guess this is the pay. Okay, I'm going to save that. You never know. It might be good. Right, anyway, getting back to this. We need bronze. We need bronze. The trouble with the internet, isn't it? You get sidetracked. I do. I think, oh, what does that do? And then you follow that link, and you follow another link, and then you watch a couple of YouTube videos, and the next thing, 4 hours later, you've wasted a load of time. We want Okay, let's have a look. Flip normals, brass material. Okay, is it me or does this isn't surely, I mean, okay, this is antique brass, right? But it looks like copper. Bronze, yeah, I would agree, doesn't look like brass. I mean, this is okay. Mm. Ba, 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 ba. No, that is gold. My only other option is to try and create my own brass effect. I'm not 100% au fait with, and I don't think that's a good starting point. I'm not 100% brilliant at, I have tried brass armor. Let me see again, that's, it ain't good. See, that doesn't look like brass to me. So if we stick that antique brass on there, ba ba ba, no, that's not brass, is it? No. Unless my eyes are deceiving me, I can stick it on another monitor and it still doesn't look, and stick it on that monitor, it still doesn't look. Yeah, that's not. Reflections, yeah. And I think because it's antique brass rather than, you know, nice shiny brass, they've probably layered it with an awful lot of patina rather than just giving it a nice brass texture. I'm gonna try. Okay, so I'm gonna try and find. Okay, there must be a reason why they haven't put a bra. Okay, there we go. Okay, there's a brass. Right. Okay, so it look someone's actually created their own brass. Yeah, and it look that actually looks half decent. Yeah. Okay. There's got to be a reason why people are charging stupid money for a brass material. Is it because it's so difficult to create? I'm gonna have to look at okay, let's not waste too much time on that. That is not brass in my opinion, and we're not going to use it. So we are going to do the We're not doing that. We're going to do copper. Copper looks like copper. Brass, I'm going to have to... Right, so we're looking at straight clean. Straight clean, but we're not going to use the AO. Yeah, now we're talking. Copper looks like copper. Okay, pretty much everything is connected. And what's interesting... Okay, I'm going to do it just for a laugh. I'm going to invert the roughness. No, I prefer the shiny. Yeah, okay. Yeah, once I add grunge to that, that'll look absolutely amazing. And then that's keeping in with Pantheon 3D's model. Okay, I'm going to do that. Let's do that. Let's not mess around anymore. Yeah, that, I mean, that looks like copper. That looks like proper copper with some nice scratches on there and some roughness, etc., etc. Right. Okay. Let's not mess around. Let's just get this done. Stop messing around. Pipe straight. Okay. Pipe straight. We're not picking up the AO. We're gonna go with that. Boink. Yeah, we're not gonna invert the roughness. It works sometimes and other times it doesn't. Yeah, that looks good. That is looking good. Yeah, that looks steampunky. I like the grunge on that actually. It's not overdone. What's different about that one and that one? No, they're good. They're actually really good. I like it. We know what we're getting. We know what we're getting with this. Hello. Right, this is Pipe Star. Pipe Star, Pipe Star. Cool. It's pretty darn good. T-joint. T-joint. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Loving the imperfections on that. Generally, I've seen I'm gonna have to be careful here, but if I go into Pinterest, I go straight to my steampunk. Generally speaking, like if we take something like this, right? So if we take something like this object here, which I believe to be AI generated, all right, most steampunk stuff is AI generated now because a lot of it doesn't actually make sense. But generally speaking, pipes, big pipes tend to be brass, small pipes tend to be copper. The cylinders and such like, I mean, can be made of either or, really. When they're made of copper like this, they tend to remind me of an old house boiler from years and years ago. But you know, yeah, I mean, it's kind of a mix, I suppose. But generally speaking, what I've seen is that most what I call large bodies of stuff can be they're either brass or copper, predominantly brass. That's what you generally tend to see. But you do get a mix. I mean, these things are just generated. I mean, they're not. I don't know whether that's AI generated or not. I have no idea. So you've even got sort of, yeah. I really don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Toy vertical steam engine. I mean, that is possibly a real photograph. It's possible. Steampunk is a big thing. But what I tend to notice is that the majority of steampunk items that are real generally tend to be overdone, which, you know, I don't know whether this is real. I mean, it says toys, vertical steaming. I mean, I'm guessing that's just, I don't know whether that's real or not. It's just so hard sometimes to figure out whether it's real. And you have no idea about Maritima Arts P. I mean, that's possibly full scale as well. See, it's all brass. Brass. All of these things, brass, generally. You'll get something that's looks like it's made out of copper. See that? Yeah. That's the kind of brass I'm looking for. This kind of shiny brass. I mean, that's probably, yeah, I mean, that's really shiny brass. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, I guess, what they call antique brass, right? Again, I suspect, well, I don't know whether that's AI generated or not. Yeah, if they're charging £76 for it, then I guess that is actually a real brass. That's a nice brass. I need to find this texture because I'm going to be using it in my ship, which I'm going to be doing after this pipes. So, okay. Right, we're getting there. Pipe U bend. Pipe U bend. Ba, 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 la, ba, ba. T. Ah, damn it. I just realized I'm putting this into the brass scene and I'm working on copper pipes. It's because I've not used the scenes option for a very long time, so yeah, I'm kind of, it's not automatic yet. 45 degree, which is this one. Okay, this one. What I can do is, let's rename that one. Oh. Okay. Ah, so the scenes are kind of related. Yeah, because they're the same name, aren't they? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. In that case, I am actually going to call that copper. Rename the other one and then duplicate the stuff. Anyway, I am digressing, as they say. Pipe cross, doink, doink. Pipe elbow, pipe elbow. We're good. Okay. Curved bend. Yeah, so I did like a U bend, which I guess this is also a U bend, but that could also be called a U bend. So I called one a U bend and the other one a curve bend. Ba, 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 ba. That one to that one. Boom. This is curved bend short. Color, roughness. Thank you. Right. Like the U bend more. Yeah, what, this one? Yeah, I mean, I just put it in for variety. It depends on what it's going to get used for. But I guess as an asset, people can bring it in and change it however they want. You know, they can alter it and lengthen it and adjust it to whatever they want. They can resize it. I mean, I've made these really large. They're ridiculously large, but I've resized them, linked them up together, and they look perfect. You know. Um, yeah. Oh right. Okay. It's easier to make in real life. Yeah. 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 I remember I've done a bit of plumbing in my life, but I remember when I was young, my father used to, like, he was a bit of a all round handyman at home, and I remember he used to put pipes in, and I don't know why, but it always, I know they use different tools now. They use bending, some kind of bending tool that is actually really quite large, but I can remember my father using a coiled spring. It was like a special spring to do this with pipes, and then he had like a I don't know what, I guess a jig of some sort that he used to bend pipes around, and this spring would go, literally it was the same size as the inside of the pipe with a little bit of play, and I was fascinated with it because I used to I used to play with the pipe, the spring rather. It was kind of a fairly heavy duty spring. Yeah, it's funny the stuff you remember when you're what you used to be fascinated with when you're young. Okay, we've got some nice copper pipes. I'm gonna save this. Not bend inwards. Yeah. Yeah, you don't I don't think plumbers use that now. I've not seen plumbers use that anymore. They use kind of a, to do bends and such, like they use like a it's a big tool, isn't it? It's quite big, and then it will fit any size, from fairly small pipes all the way up to kind of 1 inch copper or whatever. Mind you, I don't think stuff is even made out of copper anymore, is it? Yeah, those were the days. I remember he used to bend pipes with his knee, you know. So he would do something like an elbow, right? And he would do that over, using his knee, or if he was producing a pipe, plastic. Yeah, bending plastic pipes as well, yeah. But I guess you have to, you kind of have to heat that up a bit, wouldn't you, with plastic pipe? Right, I'm going to... Right, I've saved this. I want to sort out the brass thingy. So if I go to a different scene, and this is where I'm not really using this. So if I call this brass, I don't really want to upset the other one. I guess in a way I need to, because obviously all these are called the same thing, aren't they? So I need to create another. Can I duplicate? Oh, copy. And if I go here, paste data blocks. I'm probably not using it. What I want to do is to just create, I don't want to create two files and then do two lots of things. I'm wondering whether, so if I remove something on here, is it going to screw up the other end? So if I delete this, oh, if I delete this, right, have I screwed up the other scene? No. Okay, so it did actually create it. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Because the reason why I want to do this is because the material is called the right name. I don't really want to start all over from scratch. There we go. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, that's fine. 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 Right. Until I find, I'm probably going to have to follow a tutorial to create my own brass. There must be a reason why you can't get it. It's got to be a reason. Okay, so we've got brass. That's fine. Now we're going to go back to copper. Right, now save. Oh, right. Ambient grunge. Oh no, of course it's not in there, is it? Nope. So I need to add it as a group. Ambient grunge. There we go. Love this node. Absolutely love this node. You have so much control over how grungy, how much ambient occlusion you want, and all that kind of stuff. So we just add a mix color. There we go. Boink. Instantly that in there, that in there, that in there. And we want that to be multiply. Okay, this is going the other way. As always, it's usually around the wrong way. I don't want it to add too much. I guess that's around the wrong way. There we go. Yeah, I don't want it. I'm just going to leave that, literally just leave that as it is. I don't want it to make it too grungy, but that's got just the right level. The right level of grunge. What I want to do, make life a lot easier, is just do this. Control C. Control V. Oh, come on. Why? Yeah, that's nice. Is that too dark? I wonder, is it too dark? I might actually pull that back a little bit more. I got a feeling that's the wrong way around again, isn't it? It is. It is the wrong way around. Cool. Coolio. Okay, just for laughs. Beep 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 beep. Just play with textures until it looks right, till you get what you want. Yeah, it doesn't really add a huge amount. In fact, I don't think that's actually adding anything. I'm kind of there we go. I want to do it that way. Doesn't seem to be doing much, does it? I wonder if it's because the dust color and the grunge level. Interesting. I also think we're not really getting an awful lot on this because it's basically a straight pipe. There isn't anything to, I mean, it should be layering it with something. Yeah, it is, but I think, right, I think it's because, I mean, that's okay. I think it's mainly because there aren't any other, like for this, there aren't any flanges on there. There is nothing for it to, so we're actually getting a better result by dumping that in there and dumping that in there, right? Right, so if we increase the max strength. The other thing is, I think because this metal is actually quite... Yeah, there we go. We've got some just very slight grunge. But where you start seeing this adding real stuff is things where you would expect to see grunge, right? Which is where there's joins and where something would... I think the effect on the actual copper is not really having... But this is where it looks effective. So I don't really want to make this too grungy. I got told by Mr. Pantheon not to make it too grungy. And I agree. I agree. I think when I find a brass, yeah, you want it kind of nice and shiny. Actually, that's probably about the right amount. And I do wonder whether the dust, if I darkened it a bit, whether, yeah, you can see it a little bit more on there, but the real bit is where you want it down here. So I think that's enough. Nothing is ever perfect, right? So very quickly. Actually, can I not just I think I no, I probably can if there was enough space in there. But it's fine. I just plug that in there, plug that in there. Boom. We're going to darken this down a little bit, right? So we get a little bit more. Oh, I was going to say, well, that doesn't look right. I was like, what? Okay, so where we want to see the grunge is down here, right? So we're gonna increase the strength level. I suspect that because this is, yeah, this is too much. You see, right? Way too much. You don't really want that. So you know, you want it about there. I reckon about there is fine. Yeah, you want a bit of texture in there. You want some. Yeah, that's good. I like it. I like it. Okay, I'm gonna grab this copy. That should now give us pretty much the same level of grunginess. Right. Yeah, that's good. Okay, that's fine. I'm loving the pitted effect on it. It's quite neat. If anyone wants to know, I kind of cheated a little bit on the pipes by using the pipe add-on. But I still had to clean up bad topology on it. There were verts that were not connected correctly, and so the shading was awful. Also, the other thing that happened, I noticed on these, I mean, I know it's quick and easy. I think it was on this one, this pipe, that I had to spend a large amount of time. Oh, what did I just do then? What? Oh, okay. Right. Yeah, on this particular model here, when you use the pipes kind of function, when you add, it really, there was double skin mesh on the inside. The verts were not lined up. I mean, it was pretty bad, really. I was quite surprised. And yet some of them, like this, turned out perfect, you know. I've done it again. Have I done? Oh no, I haven't. No, it's fine. Right, so yeah, we're getting, and I'm not going to adjust that now because that's about the right amount of, you know, you want it looking shiny, but you also don't want it to look too perfect, because basically nothing is too perfect. And I think that's what the what's wrong with an awful lot of assets that I've seen, is they look too perfect. Connect that with that and that with that. There we go. Boom. Yeah, so the mesh on this was surprisingly bad. Most of this lower section had double skins. It had on the inside where they'd cut through the pipe. I don't know quite how it works it out, but it hadn't cut through and joined up vertices correctly. So there were like double vertices that were just so close together, and the shading on it was awful. I mean, it was just really bad. But it was a good exercise. This ambient grunge thing is just brilliant. Highly recommend it if you're into this kind of thing. But I use it on pretty much all of my builds, like, you know, steps, outside steps, walls, buildings. You know, if you look at any house, old house, you will find that it will have, you know, a level of grunge, of dirt, of, you know, atmospheric, especially in a you know, a building that's old. There'll always be dirt settling somewhere. But you can add this ambient grunge node onto, you know, what I call flat textures. You know, you bring in a literally a texture image, and it works. It just completely transforms a flat image into, you know, a grungy one. Okay, we're good. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. Typically, as I say, these pipes are generally small in comparison to the what would you be using brass. Very nice. Okay, I like it. Ooh, I'm in that mode. I wondered why it was slow loading. There we go. All my UVs have come out. And that looks pretty good. That looks pretty darn good. So what do I do? I want to, okay, I tell you what, right? I know that I've got some flat textures with brass. If I might be able to jimmy one of these and then create something that's no, I want to look for 3D. Okay, well, I go right down here. I know I've got metal. These textures have been collected over many years. Yeah. See, that looks like a brass. This looks like brass. You know, that's kind of a brass color. That's copper. That's copper. Copper. Kind of a rusty. This looks like brass. In fact, actually, that looks very much like brass. And that's copper. Yep. Okay. I don't know what that could be, kind of a brass sort of texture type thing. What can I do with that? Okay, bear with me 1 minute. I need to go for a pee. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, right, I'm back. I'm back, I'm back, I'm back. Okay, I'm just trying to think what I can do with this. Okay, there is a tutorial. I wonder, you know what makes me think when you can't get hold of something and people charge for brass, right? That and all they give you is old brass, which you can't seem to change. And I do wonder whether this is kind of a. There's got to be a reason. Actually, hang on 1 minute, right? See, I don't think that's even going to be in here, is it? No, it's not going to come up with. No, it's just going to come up with brass stuff. Hmm. There's plenty of tutorials, right? There's definitely plenty of tutorials about learning how to do brass. Isn't that weird, right? Isn't that so weird? But you can't. That's really funny. There's plenty of tutorials. Why? That seems really weird. Okay. So I've found a blog, right, where somebody's created a brass okay, let's see. I mean, he's saying that you can download it. Okay, that's interesting. So this person here is actually giving. Now this is a brass that looks like brass to me, and it doesn't look anything like the brass that's in Substance Painter. We're gonna drop on export on that. Download the Substance Painter shader sphere. Yeah, no, this looks like brass. Okay. Oh, okay. So he's giving it away for free. Cool. Good man. Okay. I'm gonna add that to my wish list. Okay. Let's see if this works. Wow, yeah. Doesn't even want a donation. He's giving it for free. This is interesting. Oh, still calling it old brass, but I guess because it's a bit like this copper, right? It's let's Here we go. Right, so my materials. Yeah, okay, right. Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's try it. What I ripped off. What? You feel ripped off? Me? I ripped off for what? What I ripped off for the tablet. What I ripped off for the tablet. I don't understand. You feel ripped off for what? Oh, you mean looking for brass? There's obviously a reason why people are charging. Not, I don't feel ripped off, but I'm not going to pay silly money for a brass texture. You got the pay. You got the pay for butts bad. You got the pay for butts bad. I... When I'm a millionaire, yeah, I'll pay $100 for a brass texture because it won't matter. But when you're scrimp and saving, I'm not paying stupid money for a texture that I can probably make, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make it myself because quite clearly there is a reason why you can't get a brass texture for Substance Painter for whatever reason. And it's actually, if I look at my library of stuff, it looks actually kind of difficult to get a decent brass texture. I mean, these are quite old. I mean, they're very old. They were all right back in the day. You know, you could get away with blurring them up a bit and whatever. But yeah, this is copyrighted anyway. But yeah. Ooh, that's in the wrong folder. That should be in the Nuts and Faults folder. I downloaded this because I was trying to create a normal map from this. I mean, it's obviously it's right protected and everything. So what I was going to end up doing was using this to kind of get the, because I like the threads. So I was going to try and copy the threads, model it, do it myself, make a model, then create the PBR from that. And but yeah, I got distracted, and I think life is too short to do to do stuff like that. But black materials, oh, there's millions of them. You can download them for free and grab these things, you know, not a problem at all. But brass, nope, you have to pay for brass. Yeah. Let's play around. Let's play around. Okay, we're going to follow this tutorial. Shouldn't take too long. When I'm up to speed, I will use the tablet, you know, to do it, because I played around with it in Substance Painter last night, and it was like, wow. I mean, my wife was watching me, you know, just literally messing around, and I also used it in Affinity, and it was just off the charts. I mean, it was just really, yeah. So, you the man. You the man, Mr. Pantheon. Right, okay, let's play around with this tutorial. I'm going to play around with this tutorial. Because this guy is obviously... I might play around with the tutorial, but he's also given his version of a smart thing for free. So let's just try the free version and we'll see. File, import resources. Add. We're gonna pick it up. No, it ain't in there. No, it ain't in there. It's in there. There. Substance. Stuff. I always call directories stuff when it's my own. Right, so we're going to use Ooh, I'm wondering whether he's done this in a very old version or a very new version. This might not work. Oh, it does. And it recognized it. That's interesting. How it didn't seem to... Okay, let's see what it's like. Brass. Okay. See, look at the difference. I reckon somebody's just taken copper, called it antique brass, and just tweaked it slightly. It doesn't look anything like brass at all. But let's try this one. Ooh. What? Okay. Is it just me or is there something wrong? Yeah, I got a feeling that's not compatible. That's rust. In fact, actually, that's pretty neat. But it's repeating. I am just kind of wondering whether somebody's just taken a material. Yeah. What? What? Okay. I'm going to delete that because that ain't brass. You see, okay, so this antique brass is not... That's copper. Somebody's taken copper, haven't they? Maybe they've taken copper and not done anything with it. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, that's just rust. Absolutely, Gromo. There you go, bro. This is not brass. This one, is this one you're saying, Pantheon? This is not brass at all. That other one wasn't brass. That's just... I agree. That's just rust. Ah, hang on. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you post a link. Okay. Oxidized copper. Yeah, I've done all the copper pipes. I'm trying to make brass pipes now. Yeah, copper's not a problem. Actually, so I wonder if they got a brass one. So that guy's brass is also pretty... I reckon he's left something out of there. How old is this blog? I mean, it looks pretty legit. How... don't think you can tell, can you? Oh, 2017. Yeah, it's possible it's not compatible. I did wonder because it was grayed out. So that's pre-Adobe days. And of course they've changed it, haven't they? So, but I'm going to follow his tutorial because this is the kind of brass I'm looking for. Okay, like this. This is brass. You know, if we go down here, so he's got this whole tutorial. You see, he's like used a brass. Yeah, so this is brass. That's brass, and that's also got kind of the texturing that I like. Base metals. Gold nugget. Wow, what's this website? Oh, free PBR. Okay. Basic metals. Dull brass. And now that actually looks like brass. And light, okay. Dull copper. Ooh, scuffed gold. Yeah. I mean, I could take a gold and make it look like brass. Scuffed copper. Light gold. Yeah, see, again, they haven't got... They've got dull brass. Yeah, dull brass. Oh, they use that dirty word, unity. Okay, that's actually quite a good website. I might have a look at that. I like both of them actually. I'm gonna have a look at do they do brass? Oh, old yellow brass. Okay, that's probably a little bit too scuffed. I wanna Pantheon, I want to keep my colouring of pipes kind of similar to your steam driven boiler build. Ooh, they got some nice stuff on this website. Texture can. Interesting. Wow, they've even got brass plates here. Wow. Okay, thanks for those links. That's brilliant. I'm gonna have to create a folder for just textures, I think, because it's getting big. I like this dull brass. They do a blender version. Okay. Let's grab it and actually no, let's not stick it in there. Let's just dump it in there where I know where everything is. We're going to stick it in the metals folder. Dull brass. So is that a zip file then? Yeah, it is. Okay. What's in it? I guess the PBR. It is. See, that's what I'm talking about, right? Some places call it base color. Some places call it the diffuse, and now this place is calling it albedo. I'm I'm guessing that is because whatever programs they're using it, they call it albedo, or is it just because it's all the same thing? I don't know. I don't really ever figure out, but it can get kind of confusing because people start talking about the albedo, and okay, I'm gonna create. Let's as brass seems to be so special. Let's create a directory called brass because there seems to be some reason why. There is really some reason why it's so difficult to get a brass texture. There we go. Right. I like that. I like that. I like that. Okay. I still might create, and this free PBR. Cool. Save, 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 save. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, we'll do. Carrot, catch you tomorrow. Thanks for coming and the raid, by the way. Thank you very much. Ba, 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 ba. I might still create the brass thing inside. Let's just try, right? Let's not give up hope. We're in the copper section. We need to be in the brass section. Boom, boom. Okay. Let's see what this looks like. If this works, then fantastic. We want to be in brass. We want the brass, laddie. Right. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. Let's do this. I used to know a guy on YouTube and he always used to say that. Let's do this. If this works, then we have a solution. If it doesn't work, then we will try the tutorial. Okay. We may be able to tweak it because it's a bit dull, but that to me looks like a brushed brass. That is kind of what it says it does on the tin. Cool. There must be a way that we can... The AO is not being added. I don't know whether that's really going to create anything. But can I... What's making it so dull? I'm wondering whether it's the actual base color or it could be the roughness. I'm going to remove all these and see if something changes. No. So it's actually the base color that's causing the problem. See, I'm beginning to wonder whether this is why people charge for the texture. Right. See, it's still dull, so the... Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. To me, that looks like a very shiny brass with some pretty nice texture to it. So roughness. Oh yeah. Okay. That looks like brass to me. Unlike the other one that looked like copper with a load of dirt on it. Ooh, that is cool. Thank you very much for that link. Free PBR. You see, they're wow. I should bake that. I should bake that, and then I've created a shiny PBR. Why? So why does everybody do dull brass? I don't get it. It's weird. I don't know, but that looks like brass to me, and I am happy with that. If I bring in this, let's see if we can add some kind of just a slight bit of ambient grunge to it, which should give it a little bit more character. Yes, there we go. Just ever so slightly. It's probably a little... Now, this is brass, so we probably do want to lighten the color of the probably also just lower that down a bit so it's not quite so. It's about subtleties. There we go. Yeah, okay. Muck range minimum. No, probably don't want to play around with that too much. Oh. Okay, there we go. It looks a bit stressed. It's probably a little bit too much. And that is also too much. Ah, now this is going to make a really nice grungy brass. So let's not mess around with that too much. Right, we just want a very small, I think it was 0.3. What was it at? Yeah. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, I think I might just increase this a little bit. We've altered the color. Yeah, that's a good, that is a good. Let's just lower that down a little bit. Yeah. It's just slight imperfections, right? That's all you want. You don't want it perfect. You don't want it like glass. So it's got texture to it and it's got a little tiny bit of. Okay, that's fine for normal brass, in my opinion. I need to copy that. Can I? Okay, can I not add this to this group? How can I add that to the group? Ooh, there we go. Cool. Right, so if I bring that over there. Cool. That's what I want to do. Wonder why that is a separate group. Interesting. So it's a lot simpler. Isn't that weird? That is just so weird. All we have to do is to connect that up. Bada bing. We should now have. Okay, so we've got our kind of. Why does it look like that? Uh, Don't know why that didn't work. But anyway, we got the same thing there. Cool. Don't know why I didn't think of this before. I use this so much, and yet for some unknown reason, why did I not do it for that? Isn't that just weird? That looks like brass to me. That's cool. We've got a nice little bit of ambient grunge there. We've got some nice kind of scratches, we got bumps and lumps and stuff like that on there. Plus, we've got some just very slight imperfections, right? But not too much. It's not dirty, grungy, right? That's coming up next, folks. Stand by. Okay, we want to save this. Ah, amazing, amazing. So we're in brass. We've got our nice brass. You know, I don't know whether I should add this to it, but I was thinking of actually putting like a plate, a copper plate on there of some sort. But I actually quite like, you know, nice brass pipes. Now we're going to do grungy pipes. Save. Okay, so now we've got both our brass and copper, right? Nice. And they look like brass and copper. So I am now going to duplicate. Okay, I am going to duplicate that with a full copy. Copy settings. Add new scene by typing copy settings. Add a new empty scene and copy settings. Okay, that's not what I want. Link. No, I don't want a link either. So I think, and I don't want you. So I really want a full copy. Make a full copy of the current scene. That's exactly what I want to do. Okay, so this is now going to get called grunge. Grunge. Right, and if we go back to, that's copper grunge, and if we go back to brass, I want to create a full copy, and we're going to call that grunge. Right, okay. Now we're talking. Can I expand this, or is it? No, it seems to be automatically doing it. So if we go to brass grunge, I just want to make sure again. Well, actually, if we go to shading, right. So what I want to do is I want to just take one. We're gonna add, ooh, like a decent amount of, way too much. Yeah, see, I want it something like that. And then I want to add ambient occlusion. Yeah, now we're getting edge wear. Okay, so this is now beginning to look a little bit more stained, patinaed. That's probably a little bit too much. Oh, that looks alright actually. Okay, muck level. Okay, we're good. Oh, done it again, haven't I? I've gone and upset the. I wasn't on. Oh, okay. Of course, it's using all the same materials, isn't it? And I just screwed that up. Hmm. Of course, it went and screwed that up. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I screwed something up. Idiot. I just went and deleted all the inputs. That's a bit crazy. But I like the effect. Stainless steel. I mean, that's okay. That's kind of a happy mistake. What? Holy what? I like the effect though. But I don't really I guess it's not actually using anything. Uh, it's literally just using this. It's pretty neat. Stainless steel. I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna save that as a pipes blend underscore stainless. Well, it's not stainless steel. Well, it kind of looks like stainless steel. Could be stainless steel. Right, okay, just in case I want to play with that. Right, let's open up this again. La 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 la. Okay, right, we're back in here. We've got this before I screwed it up. I think I need to create a grunge. I need to create a grunge version of the file, really. I think it's... Otherwise, I'm just going to end up with... So we've got the clean version, which is pretty cool. Okay, I'm going to create a grunge version of this file. Right, so that I can keep that separate, and then I'm not... Grunge. Okay, we're going to work on a separate file. I don't know. I've spent too much time creating the other one. So, okay, we've got copper. We're just going to call it brass grunge. Right, let's work on this file. What? What? Okay, am I missing something here? Am I... Oh, there we go. You gotta laugh. You gotta laugh. Right, okay. Right. Let's now play on this, and of course this will affect all of them because, yeah. So all I'm going to do is increase that. Increase... Ooh, too much, too much, too much. I want to make these... I don't really want these to be as shiny, right? You see, this is where I think it would be handy to make a material in substance painter, but I will do that later. Right, so we're going to create that. Okay, this is pretty grungy. Down around this sort of level. Yeah, that's probably a little bit too much. Ooh, Probably that, like that. Ambient occlusion. Yeah, again, a little is more. Okay, that looks good. I want this to look a little bit more grungy. Actually, if it was going to be grungy, it would be kind of green, wouldn't it? It's like staining. Hmm. Let's play around. I also think that the metallic we probably, I don't want to go like that other material, but it would be nice if it was maybe not quite so, and a little bit more sort of still that brass color, but not that other horrible. Okay, we're good. Yeah, so it's kind of a dull-ish brass rather than yeah, green. The green on the dust is not good. Yeah, green is not good. Let's stick with a kind of a muddy color. You know what might work? Okay, so I've just had a thought. Let me just save this. That kind of looks good. If we go back in here, I created my own. This is my own one. Okay. Great. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I am beginning to wonder whether something's got horribly wrong with all of these. Just in case. Thanks for anyone who's still here. Much appreciated that you're still lurking, following, listening. You know, it is much appreciated. Me rambling on with this. I wanted to try and get this done. If I can get this done, produce a relatively good. Okay, that's fine. Right. So I want to try and attempt to. I keep forgetting what the keys are. Right, so straight. Let's grab this. No, that's not come out right at all, is it? That's awful. But what we might be able to do is the base. I suspect that it's the base that's causing the problem. No, it's that that's causing the problem. Okay. What's a brass color? Brass is sort of a mixture though, isn't it? It's kind of a mixture of colors. I would say is about... Okay, so that guy who did the tutorial, he actually gave the reference number. So I turned off the normal and the height and just the color and changed the roughness. I then dragged and dropped. Okay. Okay, so he's given the reference for the RGB. He's using RGB. Okay. So let's try this. So he's using 665. Let's see if this has given us a nice color. 4413 and 095. Ooh, that's quite orange. Yeah, I suspect that the rest of this is not going to work. Okay, what if we use that? That's kind of the AO, but there won't be AO. So edgeware. No. I wonder if this is why they charge money for this. Okay, let's follow his. Now my problem is I'm altering my own. Okay, can I? Let's follow what he says. Change roughness to roughness. Okay, so he changed it to 0.1. Wow. Okay. Let's turn all of this off so that we're working with the base color. It's very orange. We want to keep this material looking like our reference or close to it. Below are my settings. Matte finish. Okay. Well, we're not seeing any of those anyway. Right, so he's asking for UV projection. Okay, that's fine. And we're good on that anyway, aren't we? Yeah. Okay. So He said he used a matte finish. Oh, there we go. Matte finish. Oh, okay. We're getting there. Let me move this tutorial over so that I can watch that on a different screen, and then I can keep an eye on chat in case. Okay, we've only got. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, we're going to follow this tutorial, which is actually quite adjust the field to make it lit, but nothing too extreme, because we want to keep this material looking like our reference or close to it. Below is the settings I used. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's got some kind of matte, rough finish to it. So then he uses steel rough material. Steel rough, leather, PBR. Ooh. Ooh. There we go. Okay, why is that not adding? Add a fill layer. Okay, so really what we need is a steel rough. Okay. I should really try and do this on my tablet, but I need a bit more practice. This is very different from my XP pen flat tablet thing. Very different. Okay, we're getting all we need now. What we're missing. Can I add that down here? Maybe I should add that down there. Okay, I don't know whether that's actually a good idea to do it there or to add it there. No, I think that's supposed to go there. Color, he uses RGB on everything. I guess because this is old. 677 563 341. Okay. Ooh. Oh, we might have. Wow. Okay, that and we're nowhere near finished on this yet. But I like that already. Wow. Okay, I'm deleting all this because we don't need it. Delete, remove layers. Right, there we go. Okay, so we've actually got cool. And he changed the roughness down to 0.59. Okay, so that's not too bad. That's actually a really dull brass, and I like it. Okay, I went and then I changed the crosser inside mask. Okay, I then adjusted the edge wear balance inside the mask generator to my liking. That is pretty neat. If we give that a little bit more normal. We don't want it too much, but that's actually not bad at all. Right. Okay, so I then dragged and dropped an edge rust mask, right? Do I have to? Okay, right. So an edge rust mask. Generally tends to be uh oh, right. Okay, so they didn't do it from there. God, this is very difficult to try and follow this. There. Right. Come on. Remove layer. Right, okay, so we've got that. Then he put in edge rust. Right, okay. Okay. Cool. I then went with 0.69. I then changed the contrast to 0. Of what? I then dragged and dropped an edge mark and smart stuff shelf. I then from them okay, I then adjusted the edge wear balance. No, you see, it's screwed up, isn't it? Right? Okay. Right. Steel. There isn't one there, is there? Steel bright, steel stainless steel, steel ruined. just steel, right? So we're not getting it from there. We're going to add this. No, we're not adding that. We're adding a fill layer. Normal and height, and adjusted the color. Right. And adjusted the color to 677 563. This is kind of laborious because it's very difficult kind of to follow what he's. I think there's an awful lot of assumptions made about things somehow. Right. Okay. I actually quite like the what we were getting before, to be honest. He then reduced the roughness to 0.59. Right. I turned off the normal and the height and adjusted the color to then and changed the roughness there. I then dragged an edge rust mask. Right. I'm going to save this a minute because so we used a mask and it's edge. So we want edge rough. No. Edge rust. Right. See, he makes it sound like he's putting it there. And I think that is. Right. I then dragged and dropped in. I then adjusted the edge wear balance inside the mask. Edge wear. Where is the edge wear? Edge wear balance. From 0.5. Okay. Let's put it at that. Change contrast to 0. Yeah, it's already 0. Oh. Alright, okay. So it went to 0.69. Yeah, I also think 0 is better. Then pasted a custom grunge rough into the grayscale texture input. I then pasted a custom grunge rough dirty into the grayscale texture input. You see already this does not look like what he's produced at all. And he's using this on an old version as well, so this is not actually looking at anything like remove the mask. I mean, that looks like Okay, so I think that that is way too much, right? And I think that I would change this. I would change this and ba, 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 ba. Okay, this is way. We want it slightly dull. God, this is where we're getting this weird. Right, it's way too bright. Right, way too bright. Let's add a bit of roughness to it. Okay. Okay. It kind of looks like a very dull brass. Why does it look so dull? And why is this looking... definitely metallic? It's interesting. I'm looking at it on my screen and then looking at it on the Twitch screen, and it looks more like brass on the Twitch screen than it does mine. It's weird. But it does look good. It's just an awful lot of need to look at this in why is it so grungy? I think it's just a reflection of the grass, to be honest. I'm not so sure that I've got. I think it's just a reflection of everything that's around it, realistically. Okay, let's continue on. It still doesn't look anything like he's done it. Finally, I went back and duplicated the very first brass pure base we made, and I dropped an edges blur mask on it. Okay. The rust fine color. I don't want to add rust to this. It's not going to look good. So let's duplicate this. Duplicate the layer, right? Ooh, God, that's giving it a real. Huh. I mean, I dropped the edges blurred mask on it. Okay. Where are we? Come on. Yeah. Metal edge wear. Okay. Drop the edge mask on it and change the color. Okay. Don't think he put it there, to be honest with you. This is not the easiest program to use, to be honest with you. It really isn't. Add a mask. Okay, let's just add a mask there then. And output value, hardness, tolerance, background color. No. I'm not convinced that that's... God, this is so difficult to follow. I'm not so sure I want that because... I think this tutorial is old and it's also on a brass. He used something called brass pure. No. No, just keeps taking us to the same thing all the time. I am not convinced. Okay, I'm sorry if this appears to be really boring, but I want to crack this. I'm going to delete all this again, right? Let's see if we can tweak this antique brass thing, because I think that it comes down to the color, right? I think the color. What if I change the color to what this guy used? So he got the base, basically. I think the color is wrong, right? I think it is really wrong. It's not anywhere near a brass color. So the brass color, which is actually quite interesting, 665 413 413 413 and then 095. I mean, this, if this, ooh, come on, 095. It's kind of more orangey. 665 413 095. Okay. No, that seems to work. So let's switch this off. So interesting, because there seems to be something else that's causing the problem. I think it's this. See, I think this is also wrong. Right, I'm going to make this the same color. 665 413 095 095, right? See, I'm not so convinced that that's doing an awful lot. Ooh, okay, so that's all the scratches, base edges, which is rather nice, dark spots, which is rather nice. We've then got grunge and surface detail. Okay, so we've got it is that one layer, that one bit that's causing the problem. Right, so we've now, ooh. Okay, get rid of that. Why have we got that on there? Pipette on there. Okay, right, so that's looking like a brass with lots of scratches and stuff on it. We sharpen that, yeah. That looks like a shiny brass to me. I like the effect of that antique. I just didn't like the really horrible color overlay on it. Right, so Okay. Right. I need to turn the light on. It's getting very dark. Oh no, probably not. Right. Yeah, that's brass. That's brass and some nice detail. I think it's the background PBR that's causing the problem. Bum bum ba-dum bum ba. Ba-da ba-da ba-ba-da-ba. We're learning today. We're catching up. Make sure that everything is inside a layer group. Then right and click the group and create. Oh, is that easy? Okay. Of course it is because I created my own one there. Generate. Create a smart material. What am I going to call it? Okay. Right. So antique brass 1, which actually looks more like brass than antique brass. I need to rename this. I want to call it not antique brass, but clean. I guess it's clean brass. It's a clean brass with texture, right? That's what I'm going to call it. Okay, right. So we got a clean brass with texture. Actually, I just probably should call it brass clean rather than clean brass. That looks really very similar to that guy's tutorial now. He's probably got a little bit more shine to it. To me, it still looks kind of copperish, but not quite. I'm going to call it brass clean, right, with texture, right, okay. So we've got that. I'm going to create that as a favorite. Add to favorites, right, so it's kind of up there because I'm going to be using it a lot. The copper was perfect. Yeah, from a distance it actually looks really good. I like it. Okay, I'm happy that I've overcome that problem. I can kind of understand why they're charging for this, but yeah. Yeah, okay, we're good. We're good. That's what I want to see. Ah, yeah. This is the kind of okay, so now I've got a brass that can be consistent. Cool. And I didn't have to pay stupid money for it. Perfect. Okay, now I can re-export. Yeah, now this is looking amazing. Right, okay. I like it. It's still a little bit copperish, but it is actually brass. I think it's brushes. It looks better on my Philips monitor than it does my BQ monitor. What does it look like? Oh wow, okay. So I'm now viewing it on my graphics tablet and holy heck, that looks amazing. Okay, that's seriously brassy. Oh, that is beautiful. Let me see if I can show you what that. Let's see. It'd be interesting to see what that looks like actually. So if we go here, there. This is what it. So does it change? It has changed. Yeah, this is brass. There we go. What I need to do now is to put this up on the market and charge $100 for it. Because I don't know why. Why? Why does that cost $100? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's go back here again. Right, we now need to save this file. We need to export the, so we've got various pipes brass, which is the correct file. Okay, we're good. We're good. We've now got I've now got my own material, which by the way, I need to export because my materials, I'm gonna call this brass clean with texture. Okay, just in case I need to. What do you mean path does not exist? Brass. Oh, I know why. Yeah, I know why it says that. Brass clean with texture. Right, okay. Oh, brass. Path does not exist. Check the path and try again. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Texture maker. My materials. Why is that not working? Choose export directory. Oh, stupid. Let me export this one. I think no, I didn't do that. Okay. Right. There we go. I just want to make sure actually that that did export that out. No, it's not in there. Boink. There. Right, so brass material. Well, that's not. There we go. Okay, so we got that one there, and then this one. Yeah, okay, we got that. I don't know why I haven't given that a name. I want to call that. It's kind of a plastic blue with rough edges, but yeah. So export the resource to there. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. We're good, people. But I'm. Okay, that's gonna export the textures. We are not gonna put it in there. We're gonna put it in there. There. 3D assets. Pipes. We're gonna go brass clean. Overwrite the crap that we had earlier. We want 16-bit. Yeah, okay. Let's export. That should give us a much better. Let's go and have a look at the Go and look at the materials on this one, because the original one was awful. Okay, that's beginning to look a little bit more brassy like color than the original. So that actually looks like brass to me. Yeah. Okay. Where are we up to now? Right, okay, so do we need substance painter anymore? No, we don't, because then I can... Yes, I want to do that. Oh, I've gotta turn the light on. It's getting quite dark now. Getting dark. Bear with me 1 minute. Let me turn the light on. Okay, right. Okay, we're on a roll. We're on a roll here. You know what? I'm almost inclined to bring in our new brass texture, but let's try the new brass texture. And we're in our grunge file. So if we do it on one, we can do it on all the others. Let's delete that. I do like this. It looks like aluminium, actually. It looks pretty neat. Okay, right. We're going to go... I love Node Wrangler. Brass clean. Right, so... We're going for the pure... No, we're not. Okay, we want... It's the Y. It's the Y one. Okay, so if I go in here... Control C... Control V... Right. We want the Y. There is no alpha on that. Why did it do that? Okay, so let's put that in. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, okay. Ooh. Ooh. It looks like some of my UVs got fucked up. Okay. Why have we got that weird thing? There is something wrong there. Hang on. I've seen this before. This weird looking... Ooh, that's kind of weird. There's kind of like a... What is that? What is that about? It's like some really weird... Is this the roughness thing? Yeah, I think that's got some... No, it isn't. It's not the roughness thing. No. What is that? It's displacement. Creating weird... It's weird. Wow. It looks like some of my UVs are a bit... What on earth is going on there? This kind of looks cool. It looks like a massive scuff mark. I might need to look at the UVs on that. I love the color though. It is actually really good. I'm beginning to like this. There's something weird going on there though. It's interesting. It doesn't seem to appear on there. That probably means that my UVs have got screwed up somehow. Oh, yes, of course it is screwed up because I used a different... No, hang on a minute. Why would that do that? Oh, yeah. Because I linked all the textures to the one thing instead of doing them individually. Duh. And so, yeah, it's copied everything, isn't it? It copied the UV, but I only... I think they've all got the same UV, look. So only one of these is going to be correct. Okay. It's a bit dumb, isn't it? And the reason why that other one looks okay is because I have copied the materials on all of them. Okay, yeah, that's why. Let me go back to here again. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, they're all using the same material. It's because I'm tired, that's why. It's because I am tired. I'm probably going to finish soon, actually. How long have I been streaming for? Nearly 4 hours. Okay. Yeah, it's probably a good idea to... so the only one that's right is this one. What an idiot. Okay. But, I'm not stressed. I actually find this quite therapeutic. It's so therapeutic. that actually I don't, yeah, I don't need to, I just need to create a material. I would like to call it though what it is called. Because this is going to be grunge. Okay. 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 It's so therapeutic that everyone in chat's gone to sleep. Okay. See new. Right, so definitely, if I still feel up to it, I am going to. Okay, so we're good with that. I want to get this done because the brass grunge is important. We've done the copper, right? I think we did the copper. Did we do the copper grunge? Yeah, we did. We did. We didn't. So we've got nice copper. We've got nice copper grunge, but now I want to finish the brass. We've got clean brass, and now I want to do grunge brass, right? So we're there with kind of a nice, almost I'm in fact actually, do you know what? I really like the way this is, but it is grungy because it's very scratched and stuff. So yeah, I might create various different materials, smart materials in Substance Painter with different levels of scratchiness and things on them, because then I can hold that, and that to me looks like a real proper brass. So, and I'm really liking working in my new workstation area. I completely dismantled everything, got rid of it all. Not got rid of it all, but I got rid of what I don't really need. I didn't really need, and I hate a cluttered desk, you know, and it was beginning to get more and more and more cluttered, and so I just got rid of it all, got it out of the way. Right, so they've all got materials. We're going to save this. We're now going to go into shading. Right, we're now going to go into shading, and we're going to bring this over. And let's do one and add straight clean pipe. Straight clean. There we go. Nice. Yeah. That is nice. What I want to do is we're going to make it grunge, right? So, um, add group ambient grunge. This is the bit I want to copy from. I wonder, no, I think if I add it to a group, I'm going to screw up. Right, let's get one done. Then I can, while I'm creating the materials, I can then add this. So let's see what we can do. Actually, I keep forgetting that I can do this, but the problem is with that, it's very nice working on a great big nice, you know, viewport screen with it, but it tends to I think it's a bit too jerky for the stream. Oh, come on, focus. Thank you. Right, okay, we've got some scuff marks. We need to increase the strength a little bit so that we want to increase the scale. Okay, this is looking good. I think with the scratches and everything, it will look actually pretty neat. I want to darken this down a bit more. Like looking a bit more grungy. There we go. We want to increase the maximum range. Not too much though. About like that is good. Yeah. Okay. Minimum. Oh. Minimum range. Yeah. About there. Yeah, that's quite good. Okay, we want it's kind of no edge really variation on that. Edge wear radius. Can we see? Right. How are we doing? Ah, yeah, that looks pretty good. That is looking pretty good. Let's add a bit of ambient occlusion. You always have to be careful with this. Yeah, that's looking pretty grungy. Especially around the kind of the flange, you know, the bit that gets bolted onto another thing, and then it's got like all these stains all over it. Dust level, let's kind of increase that a little bit and dull it down even a little bit more, and it gives it like a darker brass looking color. Yeah. Mrs. has come home. Let's dust level color override. What is this giving us now? Is that actually doing anything? I don't know whether that's doing anything. Color override. No. Don't think that's actually doing anything. I think that's actually to do with the dust level. Ooh, okay, so that starts really darkening it down. But then you see we're losing the brass color if we do that. And I don't really want to lose the brass color for this grungy one, right? It's not really what we're looking for. Yeah, I reckon about there is good. So we've got like a dark grassy. Yeah. Do we go for small grunge or... Yeah, I reckon something like that is probably pretty good. Yeah. Okay. Right, let's call that. I want to copy this node. Right, bear with me 1 minute while I just go and say hello to the missus. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. Right. I'm happy with the color. I'm happy with the grunge. It looks like brass. So yeah, let's copy this. And we're going to go to this one. We're going to add that. And that should give us... There we go. Cool. Right. I think it's the HDRI that's causing the kind of weird, making it look like it's dented, but it isn't. Right, okay. We need this. We're going to go Control Shift T. We need pipe straight. Pipe straight. Yeah, okay. So we want that, and that, and that, and that, and that. Okay, that's good. Right, we should fly through these now. I thought it was going too quick when we were I was just yeah. It wasn't sinking in that I was literally just copying the same texture onto every single model and screwing up the UVs. But now I know not to do that again. Oh, I love it. Yeah, this is real grungy brass. That's what I'm looking for. Now the other thing, well, actually, yeah, I was going to say you wouldn't get that on brass anyway. No, I won't say it. Okay. Node Wrangler, brilliant. Use it a lot. Pipe star. So we pick up pipe star, base color, roughness. We're in. Boom. Okay, very good. Yeah, I did wonder why. I was thinking, what is this? Why? Why? I don't know what that is, but it only seemed okay. So is this the? It's not the UV. No, the UV's fine. I don't know what that is. It's like a... What is that? I have seen that though. I saw somebody saying about this in a tutorial, and they were doing a tutorial about something, and this appeared, and they said, "Oh yeah, you know, this is something, something, something." I can't remember what they said, and I might need to try and find that tutorial again on how they got rid of it. Can't remember exactly what was causing that pattern. It's a very odd thing. Look, it's really weird. Grunge is on there. Let me see if I can find the tutorial what that related to, because I know who it was. It was Ryan King Art. It was one of his videos, and it was relatively new. We're back online again, aren't we? Yeah, we are. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So this is the weird pattern. Let me see if I can find it. It was quite recent as well, so I shouldn't have to go back too far. Ryan King Art. It wasn't that one. Yeah, that's interesting. So it wasn't that one either. You know when you look at you look at a tutorial, you watch a tutorial, right? And then you can't kind of remember. Ah, yeah. I think it was this one. Bake procedural tileable textures. I got a feeling it was either that or this one where he was going on about displacement maps. I think it was the displacement maps one.
In this tutorial, I will show you how to texture bake a procedural material.
Yeah, I mean, if you... I
I
got a feeling... No, it was this one. Okay. It was this tutorial. It was in here that he mentioned it, and I thought, yeah, I have seen that before.
The first method is using the displacement from the node editor, and so we'll be plugging up the displacement map into the material, and then we'll be using the displacement node and plugging that into the material output, and then we're also going to be using this adaptive subdivision, and what that does is it adds more detail where you're close up. So like right here, you can see there's a lot of detail in these bricks, but then as we get farther,
Let me see if I can jump to where he actually got that same problem.
here it's a bit low detail, but then if I just double tap the tab key to reset it, you can see between the bricks. And then of course you will need to make sure that the adaptive subdivision is checked, because if you turn it off, you can see it's not really working that well, and that is because it doesn't have much geometry to work with. It's going to be way higher detail, and you probably wouldn't even need to turn these up quite that high. So maybe just turn these down to like a 4, something like that, maybe a little bit higher actually. To like a 10, it's going to be less detailed. You can see I'm like double tapping the tab key, but you can see there's like some stretch marks or something right there. So that's like too low quality in the viewport. You can use the change the, so right over here. So you can is different from the mapping of there's just like a few bricks, or I can scale it way up.
Yeah, I got a feeling, I suspect it was like he did a double tab and that got rid of it. Look, what is this? I wonder, actually, I do wonder whether this is because there isn't enough. I don't know what you'd call that. Let me just check it. It wasn't this other material.
Seamless texture. An image texture, and those palette maps or emission map close the sampling tab. Right up here in the corner, non-color, give as image. So now we can do the is automatically going to
No.
GIMP so that there isn't any scene. Alright, so here I am in GIMP, and I'm just going to drag and drop in the images. So I'm first going to do the normal map, just because the normal map has the most contrast, and so it's easy to see what's happening. So now to make this tileable, we can click right here on filters, and we can go down here to map, and then you can click on...
No, it wasn't that tutorial. Yeah, let me see if I can... It was so, and I just, as soon as I saw it, I thought, I've got that. I've had that problem before. Yeah, I've had that problem before. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna search for Blender strange texture rings or something along those lines. I don't know what you'd call it really. No, so it's rings on texture maybe. Or is it the material? No, of course it comes up with materials about rings. Let me call it material instead of texture. No. No, of course not. What if I type in weird? Weird rings. No. Just keeps coming up with rings. I mean, like, yeah. What if I call it, Blender issues with texture material. Okay, how to remove unused materials. Okay. See, the thing is, I don't know what you'd call it. I don't know what you call that effect. Right? I really, like, I don't know. I don't, is it the metallic? No. I guess it could be the roughness. I don't think it is the roughness. No, because I can still see it. Roughness. Could be the normal. No. It's not the normal because I can still see it. Okay, so we now seem to have lost. See, we've got it even on there, right? So it's not the base material or the base color. It's something. Maybe it's displacement. Let's just try and get rid of displacement. Oh, it's displacement, right? There we go. I knew it was something like that, and that's why I opened up that other tutorial about displacement, because I'm sure I mentioned it in there. Okay. Okay, right, we got as far as there. This is taking a lot longer than I really anticipated. Didn't expect this to actually take as long as it is. Right, I want to get this done and then we'll see where we're going to go then. So, node wrangler. This pipe is pipe T-joint. Pipe T-joint. Okay, so we got displacement emission. Let's grab that, but not do displacement. Okay, we're good. Right. Control V. We're going to plug that in there. And we're going to plug that in there. It's a shame we can't actually run something like that automatically. Come on. There we go. Ooh. What? Okay. I plugged this into the wrong slot again. Ah. I am getting tired now. That's a problem. I think I seem to be, sometimes I can go to 5 hours, but it really I find it a little bit too much. I find 5 hours a little bit too much, but I want to get this done because I want to see this through to the end. U-bend. Because U-bend, we're not doing displacement, right? Okay, that's good. I love the color. This is yeah, this is good. Right, so let's go like that. Let's go like that. Right, there we go. Let's start over here. Then we know that we've got grungy brass and we've got nice clean brass. So we're now on 45 degree. Let's go. We're on the home run now. We're on the home run. 45 degree. Okay. We're gonna race through this now. Okay. Okay. Right, okay. We're on cross. So we don't want any cross, boink. We don't want displacement. Okay, Control V. La 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 la. Okay, we're getting good. We're using the correct UVs. Okay. Control Shift T. And we're looking at pipe elbow. Pipe elbow. Right. Okay. Control V. Okay, right. We've got 2 more left. Curved bend. Base color of that. Remove that one. Control V. Boink. And boink. Yep. Let's save it. Okay. And this one is curved bend short. Curved bend short. Here we go. Base color, roughness. Remove that. Control V. Bada bing. Bada bong. Okay, we're done. We're done. Modeling. Cool. This looks really good. Yeah, I am happy with that. That looks like brass. That is looking more like brass. It looks more like brass on my cheaper monitor, which is really weird. But it definitely looks like brass on my nice monitor. But my working monitor is just slightly weird color. Maybe I've got the. It could actually be my fault because I've put picture mode. Let me actually, because I need to get this right. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Standard. Okay, I had it on photo for some reason. So it's interesting, isn't it? Everything else other than photo seems to actually show up correctly. Now that looks like my other screen. I actually think movie looks better. Okay, right. We're gonna pick picture mode of movie, and we're gonna change the black. Ooh. Okay, that looks even better. Okay, and we want the menu, and we want okay, so we've got that is up probably a bit too high. There we go. Right. Contrast, we probably want that up a little bit. Sorry, I'm just trying to make my my monitor sharpness, color vibrance, I think is what is. Oh no. I think it's color temperature that's causing the problem. Ah, okay, yeah, I think it is. I think it is color temperature. What I really need to do is we want to, ooh. Okay, that's looking more brass now. Menu. Okay, so let's go down here. Okay, why can't I change the color temperature? Interesting. I can't change the color temperature. It's slightly too warm. Ooh, okay. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. Right, and then we reduce that down a bit. Ooh, it's looking a bit naff. Right, okay. Let's go back. Menu. Okay, picture mode. What? Okay, so we're picking. What if we pick standard? No, that looks awful. Okay. What is RTS1? It's quite nice. Gamer. No, it's too saturated. Way too saturated. RTS1 is pretty neat. It's a bit ooh. RGB something range. My goodness, there's so many different options on this monitor. Okay. Oh, okay. That's interesting as well, isn't it? Oh, there we go. I like that. Hmm. Okay. Right. Okay. That now looks almost identical to my other monitor, and it looks yeah, it looks like brass now. Okay, so we've got some nice, really nice scratches and gunk and all sorts of grunge and things on there. So we're going to save that. We're going to call that a day. I'm going to do on this pipes thing. It's obviously taken a lot longer. Well, 4 hours. I mean, you know, we've done textures, all sorts of stuff on here. We've done a massive, so we've done actually 10, 11. So we've done 44 textures. Yeah, that's quite a lot. That is actually quite a lot. Okay. I'm going to call it a day because I've now got to a point where my eyes are actually quite blurry and it's been a bit of a long day. So thank you very much for watching. Let's see if we can go and just raid somebody. Who can we raid? I want to keep that open. It's been a bit of an education today with regard to brass texturing. And like why why does it cost so much money to buy brass texturing? I will never know. Okay, let's search for Blender. Let's find somebody we can just raid. We don't have a huge amount of viewers, so there isn't anyone. Okay. None of my stream, the people that I watch are actually online. Okay, what is this chap doing? Let's see what this chap's doing. Oh, okay. What is this chap doing?
Free microtransaction free argue.
I have no idea. Game development. Okay, there doesn't seem to be anyone really doing much. So I tell you what I'm gonna do. I just won't. I haven't got that many people anyway still here. So if you are still here, thank you very much. And I will see you again. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Bye.